All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02497. Number now. On the record in docket 24-02497, that is people of the state of Michigan versus Earl Scott Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Green.
Thank you. Vince Greenback, the defendant, Earl Scott, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Earl Scott Jr., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter was subpoenaed at her last known address. She is not present here today. The people cannot proceed without her participation. I expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. Green.
Move to dismiss, Your Honor, based upon the statement by the prosecution.
All right, so I will, and the complaining victim was subpoenaed today, you indicated.
That's
Ms. Wilson.
correct.
All right. I'll have the nollie pros or order of dismissal printed out. Mr. Scott, you understand that this is a dismissal without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'm in possession of the order of acquittal on case number 24-02497 or dismissal, and I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice based on the complaining victim failing to appear once they were subpoenaed. I will sign the order of dismissal accordingly. Anything else for the record in 24-02497, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people. Thank you.
Mr. Green?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Scott, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Okay. My approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Scott, did you want to?
All right, Ms. Wilson, where are we proceeding?
So I said I was ready on Dodd Brown, but now I'm realizing that he's probably down in the jail. Yeah, so we can go grab him.
All right. And we have Ms. O'Brien, you're here on Mr. Dakenbrink.
I am, Your Honor. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. I'll call that case docket 24-03376. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Dakenbrink. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. O'Brien.
Attorney Ino Bryant on behalf of defendant, who's also present and seated to my left.
Hello,
Right.
Gerald
And sir,
Dakenbrink.
you are Gerald Dakenbrink, is that correct?
It is true.
All right, thank you. This is the time, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Dakenbrink?
I can.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. This is time set for pretrial on the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did receive an email from Ms. O'Brien's office last week indicating that she was missing some body cam, and some other police discovery. I indicated that we did not have that in our possession yet, but that I was going to make a request to get it. If, I believe I've done that already. If I haven't already, I will this afternoon. I suggest maybe another pretrial so we can get that over, but I would defer to Ms. O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, is that a fair statement?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. We are just asking for another pretrial date.
So we'll adjourn for some outstanding discovery issues, and we'll set for an additional pretrial on
December 16th at 9.
December, is that enough time?
That is,
Okay.
thank you.
December 16th at 9 a.m.
Perfect.
All right, so we'll see everybody, and I think is Zoom appropriate for this pretrial of Ms. Wilson? I don't see
It
it.
is.
Okay,
Thank you, Your
all
Honor.
right. So Zoom is appropriate. I'll put it in the file. And we'll see everybody back here on December 16th at 9 o'clock. Anything
Thank you,
else
Your
for the
Honor.
record in 20? Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Anything else for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
You're all set, Ms. O'Brien?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, you too.
So, Ms. Pierce, your attorney wants to speak with you. If you join Mr. Raleigh, I can place you in a breakout room. Let me see. So, Ms. Pierce, are you there?
Yes.
Right. You should get a prompt to go to room 1, and then I'm going to place your attorney in the same room. All right, ma'am?
All righty.
So we're on the record in docket 24-03028. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Patricia Giles. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Scheid. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Patricia Giles.
And ma'am, you are Patricia Giles, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, requesting a 30-day adjournment for a global resolution.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, there is an agreement on the felony file, and this file is to be dismissed upon sentencing. In that file, we do not yet know the sentencing date.
All right, so we'll adjourn for global resolution, waiting on felony file. So let's reset for a final pretrial, but let's put it out of ways. So we keep the case moving along.
If we could do maybe 60 days in that
Yeah.
case, because I don't even think there's a pretrial scheduled yet in the felony.
What judge is that in circuit?
Judge
Court?
Aquilina.
Okay, so let's put a final pretrial.
Can we do 6 weeks?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that docket will be moving in 6 weeks. So we might set it after that. How far can you set it?
I'm just afraid that we're gonna lose it because it's already at 55 days. January 28th.
Let's set it January 28th. Having some familiarity with that docket, I think it's gonna be out of ways for the global resolution. So January 28th.
Is she still handling criminal next year?
Yeah, she has a general docket.
Okay.
Yeah,
I.
so January 28th, 8th.
January 28th at 8:30.
All right. All right, we'll set this for January 28th at 8:30 in regards to the sentencing on the felony file in Judge Aquilina's court. Anything else for the record in 24-03-028, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giles, we'll see you on January 28th at 8:30. Once we're trying to set it past the file in front of Judge Aquilina, which is, this is part of the resolution there. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Mr. Lee, could you grab one of those notices off the sign and hand it to your, off the printer and hand to your client, please? Thank you.
I completely forgot they're shaking up the docket up there too, so that's gonna cause a whole nother.
I mean, it's that docket's a little.
It's a big docket, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big docket.
Luckily, we have Judge Kennedy for another year, I think.
Yeah,
Did you want the rest of these?
You could just put them on Megan's chair, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Okay.
yeah, because Judge Stokes should be picking up general.
Yep. Yeah, everybody's gonna have a civil and criminal in the general trial now,
Right,
but there's not just gonna be, well, Judge Kennedy is gonna be a full criminal, but that's it.
which is the way it's always been.
Yeah.
It was
Mhm.
kind of new.
That's what I think. Yeah, I thought Megan went down to grab them.
So Mr. Raleigh, were you all set on Miss Pierce?
I need to be admitted to.
Oh, you didn't.
The waiting.
Let me bring you in. And then I'll put you in room 1.
Thank you.
Is it just Mac that's showing, or is Mr. Samora's on as well?
I have Mac.
Megan advised me just some more to appear.
Okay,
The-
I was not involved in that. I only overheard bits and pieces.
gotcha.
But right, his client's here, he's not here. I thought they were both going to appear. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Yep.
Megan's getting Dodd Brown.
Mhm.
Who's Van Slam? All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-01518. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Alexandra Mack. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Samors.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Swartz on behalf of the defendant who is present via Zoom video conferencing.
And ma'am, you'll have to unmute. Your name is Alexandra Mack,
Yes,
and you can hear me all right, Ms. Mack?
yeah,
All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding Ms. Mack was not inclined to accept our offer. I will leave it to Mr. Samores on whether he wants another final pretrial for negotiations or wants to proceed to a jury trial.
Mr. Samors.
I think another final pretrial would be helpful, Your Honor. This matter did come up fairly quick after the arraignment for the initial pretrial. And I don't think there's been one initial pretrial, so it's not as if this case has been dragging on and on. So I would respectfully request another final pretrial conference as well.
All right, we'll set for final pretrial. Ms. Mack, that'll be a live final pretrial, so you have to be in person, okay?
okay.
And then at that time we can see, and I'm assuming this is an A and B. Are you going to see subpoenaing witnesses?
So I do have Ms. Van Slambrook here on
All right,
Zoom
so she's
today.
here.
She's here. I have not been able to get in contact with the other individual.
Okay,
So I would ask at least for Ms. Van Slambrook to be excused for the next final pretrial.
is that a fair statement, Mr. Samors?
That's fine by me, Your Honor.
So Ms. Van Slambrook, you're excused from the final pretrial, the adjournment of final pretrial. So we'll excuse Caitlin Van Slambrook. We'll set the additional final pretrial, and Mr. Samors, you can check your record, see if this fits. Do we have a time frame?
I would say maybe after
After the new year?
the new year.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Samors?
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor. I know I'm out of town from December 20th through January 5th and
Right.
return January 6th. So.
All right. So after January 6th?
January 7th at 8:30.
Actually, I can check my, I know I have one matter on the
It's
January.
so, but that's so fast. Let's try it a week later.
No,
after
it doesn't. I mean,
Yeah.
I just know I have something scheduled that day. It might even be with 54.
All right, check your calendar.
Thanks. So sorry.
Yeah. If you're here already, that's
Yeah.
good.
I'll be ready to go on the 7th.
We may be able to accommodate the time if he's already here. Just refreshing to see somebody work with a piece of paper as opposed to looking at their computer or their cell phone.
It's usually faster this way.
I agree, but I'm old, and so usually one of the attorneys, they're usually pulling it up on their phone.
I know I've got something scheduled on the 7th, but that's, apparently it's not on this calendar. It's on my newer one, which I did not have with me.
All right.
Embarrassed to say.
You want to set it for the 7th?
Your Honor, is it always at 8:30 in person?
Generally 8:30 in person.
I know I've got one other matter scheduled. I'm just not sure if it's this court, so I'm embarrassed to even, I
Okay.
think it's Eaton County.
Do
quite frankly.
you want to set it later in the morning then?
That'd be fine, or even the next Monday. It doesn't matter to me either way.
So we can do it. Do we have the next Monday open?
It would be a Tuesday next year.
It is a Tuesday what's next Tuesday? Right, stat day is gonna be
Yeah.
next.
January 14th at 8:30.
That's fine.
Okay, January 14th at 8:30. All right, Ms. Mack, we'll see you on January 14th at 8:30. That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Anything else for the record in docket 20-01518, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people. Thank you.
Mr. S'mores.
Not from the, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Mack. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
You're good.
I should know because it's 8:30.
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Was that Mr.
Yes.
Dodd Brown?
Yep.
And is that Mr. Lee or Mr. Rowell?
Mr. Lee,
What's that?
you're on Dodd Brown, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03027. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Tracorius Dodd Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tracorius Dodd Brown.
And sir, you are Tracorius Dodd Brown, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that there is a global pending here with some other files that are in 30th Circuit. It's my understanding those are going to be resolved by January 27th. So we're requesting a date after that.
Mr. Lee, is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding. Your Honor.
All right, so let's set it for final pretrial. We'll adjourn for final pretrial, and that'll be, the date will be set after January 27th for global resolution purposes. Is that the sentencing date or the plea date?
I believe that's the sentencing date.
Okay. All right. And so we'll set it sometime after the 27th on a Tuesday.
What judge is impending in 30th?
I believe that's Dragon Chuck. So
And she won't be there.
I think it'll be Judge Stokes.
It'll be Judge Stokes.
Yeah.
Okay. January 28th at 8:30.
All right, we've set this final pretrial for January 28th at 8:30, which is adjourned after the global resolution will be in front of Judge Stokes. That's my understanding.
In theory.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Anything else for the record in 24-03027, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Just to confirm, that was January 30th at
It'll be January 28th at 8:30.
January 28th at 8:30. Thank you, sir.
Right. And so we'll have some indication of where that case is in front of Judge Stokes. So Mr. Dodd Brown, we'll see on January 28th at 8:30. That'll be the day after the resolution or somewhat of the resolution in front of Judge Stokes. That's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Raleigh, have you had the opportunity to see Ms. Pierce?
I have, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit everybody here, and I'm going to move Ms. Pierce.
Yep.
She's just not.
Okay. Yep.
I think we're gonna do it.
Okay.
So this is Brittany Pierce.
That's correct. She should have 4 files. I believe they're all on tickets.
All right, Ms. Pierce, you can unmute.
Okay.
All right. Let's see, 5, 6, 1. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02565, 24-02566, 24-02568, and 24-02569. That's correct. 66, 68, and 69. Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Pierce.
And ma'am, you are Brittany Pierce, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to request that all 4 of these files be set for a plea date for some continued tweaking of some negotiations. But I believe that we will have something settled.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor. It is.
How far out are we looking at just for
I would
schedule?
defer to Mr. Raleigh.
Mr. Raleigh.
I think a couple of weeks should be enough.
All right. All right, so we'll set this for plea on,
December 16th at what time?
I guess.
all right.
December 16th at 9.
So we've set 24025655 for December 16th at 9 o'clock. 240256 for December 16th at 9 o'clock. Twenty-four zero two five six eight for December 16th at 9 o'clock. And 24025569 for set for plea on December 16th at 9 o'clock. All right, so Ms. Pearson, we'll be setting all those for plea at this time for December 16th at 9 o'clock, and you'll get notice sent to your last known address on record for us, which is is that Linville Street good and it's still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record on any of those files, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Pierce, you're all set. We'll see you on December 16th.
All right, thank you.
Do you see Julia still on?
Julia Birdkick?
Yes.
Yes.
Julia, you can go ahead and log off. I'll shoot you an email and let you know what we're doing later this week.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Marin, we'll call your case. We're on the record in 24022812 and the accompanying ticket of 2401232121. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jose Marin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Shive?
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Marin.
And sir, you are Jose Marin, is that correct? You have to unmute. There you go.
Correct.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Marin?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to defer to the defense.
Mr. Raleigh.
We're going to be requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. There seems to be some issue with discovery in that we have not received it yet. So we certainly want to have access to that.
Right, and that's discovery. And the request has been made. That on both, that's on the driving while, I have it as a DWLS and the accompanying ticket. Is that correct? They're both written on the same ticket.
I believe so, Your Honor.
I believe so. That's.
And Your Honor, Abigail Wilson for the people.
All right.
I don't even have the ticket yet, so I'm guessing there was a hiccup in getting it from the court to us. So I think that's why there's just a discovery issue and also some confusion about what's going on.
Okay. I have the ticket.
Okay.
But and it's both offenses are written on the same ticket out of September 7th, 2024. And I have original and a copy. The original, and then somebody put in the copy of the ticket. But anyway, at least we have a copy of the ticket if you've not received that. So we'll adjourn for compliance purposes, for discovery issues, and just to clear the case up. And we'll adjourn to,
Is December 16th enough time?
Mr. Raleigh, is December 16th enough time?
I would assume so, Your Honor.
All right,
I hope so.
so we'll set it for December 16th
And
at 9 o'clock for both the pretrial on driving while license suspended and adjourn for December 16th on the traffic signal. So, Mr. Mayor, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Raleigh. We've set both of these for December 16th at 9 o'clock. Anything
Okay.
else for the record in docket 2402812, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mayor, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Take that today.
On the iPad, would you please identify yourself for the courtroom? On the iPad, you just joined the courtroom. Can you please identify yourself? Yeah, buddy. On the iPad, can you please identify yourself to the courtroom?
Zaqualia Reynolds?
You're here for your 9:30, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, stand by. We've got some other cases to call in front of you. You're in the right place. On the record in docket 2403274. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Deveron Anderson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Anderson.
And sir, you are, and correct my pronunciation, Deveron Anderson? Deveron Anderson.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a time set for a final pretrial and a contempt hearing violation. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. On the underlying charge, I believe we're going to be asking for a jury trial date.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, we'll get a jury trial date of.
That's a good question.
This week, January would be.
Yeah, I haven't done that year's schedule. Let's do January 14th at 8.
January 14th at 8 o'clock.
So we're doing this on Tuesdays.
So we'll set it on January 14th at 8 o'clock for jury trial. And then on the, how are we proceeding on the contempt violation of Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. On the violation, I reviewed the report. At this time, the people are moving to dismiss. I don't really see a action here that we can proceed under. That's a violation.
All right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So at this time, we'll move to dismiss without prejudice the PA 53 violation. We'll go forward on the jury trial, which is scheduled for January 14th, January 14th at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record on 2403274, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Anderson, we'll see you on January 14th at 8 o'clock. You're all set.
Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Bacon, we'll be with you in just a second. I think your attorney is still with another client. All right, Mr. Bacon?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was having technical difficulties this morning. I wasn't able to log.
You should be all set right now. Just stand by.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400481. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Christopher Phillips. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Phillips.
And sir, you are Christopher Phillips, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Requesting to set this for a plea, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then how far out are we looking to set this for plea?
Couple of weeks.
Couple weeks.
December 16th at 9.
December 16th at 9 o'clock. We have set this for plea. Anything else for the record in 2400481, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Actually, I'm sorry, Your Honor. My client is telling me he has another court appointment on that date.
All right.
With this court or?
Is it in 54A or in 55?
55.
55. Let's.
At what time?
It's
It's like 8:30 or 9.
it's around the same time, 8:30 to 9.
We can set a pretrial in the afternoon on that day. December 16th at 1:30.
All right. So let's move that to December 16th at 1:30 to coincide with any conflicts. And then, so that's December 16th at 1:30. Anything else for the record in 2400481, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Phillips, we'll see you at 1:30 on that day. Thank you for your appearance today.
And they said seat, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Phillips, if you want to wait one second, I'll have a notice for you.
So I'm putting the right codes.
All right, we should.
Sorry, Megan.
All right, Mr. Bacon, I'm going to put you in room 1 so you can talk to your lawyer, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You should get a prompt to go to room 1, and I'll put your lawyer in as soon as he joins the room.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Mr. Bacon, we're ready to call your case. So you can unmute. We're on the record in 24-03-230. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Bradley Bacon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Bacon.
And sir, you are Bradley Bacon, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Bacon?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a date for a jury trial, Your Honor.
Jury trial, is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Set for jury trial on January 14th.
Yeah, I almost put us in 2028. Yeah, it's January 14th at 8 a.m.
Okay, we've set it for January 14th at 8 a.m. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor, City Hall of Lansing for that January 14th date at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-03-230, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bacon, we'll see you here live in person on January 14th at 8 o'clock.
All right, sounds good.
All right, we're all set on that file.
Marcus.
Okay. Asia Williams.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-03-225. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Marcus White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. White.
And sir, you are Marcus White, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The eyewitness necessary to proceed was subpoenaed at her last known address. She has failed to appear today. The people cannot proceed without her participation. I expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. Raleigh.
His defense, sorry, the defense's motion would be to dismiss.
All right. So Mr. White, I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Thank you, Megan. That means this case is dismissed. The people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. And I'm in possession of the Nolly process order or dismissal on docket 24-03-225. I will sign that document accordingly. Anything else for the record in 24-03-225, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. White, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The only one on Zoom is Ms. Reynolds.
What was the first name of Miss Reynolds?
Miss Reynolds' first name is, and I'm going to butcher this well, is Zakwalia.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that is John Lee's client.
All right.
But we're not muted, just so you know.
And the interpreter can come up. All right, ma'am, you're the interpreter in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I
Can
am.
you please state your first name and last name for the record?
Nguyen An Tran,
Okay, and spell them both.
Nguyetanh. Last name Tran, Tran.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So help you God under the penalty of perjury.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you just let me go. Let me know if I get going a little fast. All right.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-03330. And that is people of the state of Michigan versus Ken Nguyen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Abigail Wilson on behalf of the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Hen Nguyen.
And sir, you are Hen Nguyen, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness of this matter was subpoenaed at her last known address. She has not appeared yet today. People cannot proceed without her. I expect a motion from the defense.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Motion on your behalf.
Given that the prosecutor is unable to proceed, the defense makes a motion to dismiss, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Nguyen, I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to. But for our purposes, the case is dismissed today. This is the wrong one. Jamie Lugo. Home invasion first.
Wildly different case.
So let's get the
Back to the reality. Thank you. I'm glad you checked. There we go.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm in possession on docket 24-03330. That is the dismissal without prejudice, and at the request of defense counsel, I'll grant the motion for the plaintiffs, for the prosecutor's inability to proceed, and the witness has been subpoenaed. Anything else for the record in 24-03330, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nguyen, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your assistance.
Oh, I can't even imagine. Oh, that'd be brutal. Ooh,
Yeah,
I have a hard time with that.
exactly, exactly.
Hey, Mr. Hapke's here. That's a civil case, I think.
I thought we had one.
Okay.
We do have an LT at 10. It's a evolve.
Let me pull that.
Suspended license. I mean, what can we do? He's not gonna be able to use his license.
Mr. Hafke, we can call your case. I'm gonna admit all that. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24061110. That is David Sandoro versus Ashley Cooper and Nicholas Fuller. And I have this set for hearing today. But Mr. Sandoro, this is your appearance for the record, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. James Hafke appearing on behalf of Mr. Sandora. This is our second setting of the hearing. If you recall, there was a couple little situations there at the court that had set and then reset.
Yeah, I have this set. We set this on October 30th. D1 was personally served. D2 posted only. They both failed to appear. A default waiver was requested on D1 and terms placed on the record. D2, the second hearing was set for November 19th because of the posted only. And that's why we set this for second hearing. Is that your understanding, sir?
Not fully, unless I'm confusing this. If I recall, it was adjourned and the court didn't know why it was adjourned. Right?
Yeah,
as
a matter of fact, I don't know if I had it on my docket.
Right.
It was adjourned, and then we just set them both for. Did we just set it for full hearing on today's date?
Well, I already have a filed judgment against Cooper.
Right, that'd be the first one, right?
Correct. We had substantial service on the other party. That would be Fuller, because we handed it.
All right.
And then Cooper said he'd give it to Fuller, so it wasn't just posting.
All right. I have I term place D2 second hearing set for November 19th. Order to follow on D1. And I think that this was set because I don't think for whatever reason, we didn't have it on our docket. I think that's what we decided. So I'm going to indicate that all parties were here. I'm sorry. I'm going to indicate the plaintiff was here.
Mr. Fuller's not here, I don't believe.
And G2 was not here. And so this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 10:20. And we scheduled it this time as opposed to, I think Civil scheduled it last time. But in regard, you're requesting a default judgment for the fail to appear on D2. Is that correct?
But also asked for a money judgment. We have one already against Cooper, so I just used those numbers and added 2 missing month payments and the late fee for a total of $7,979. As I understood, both parties are still living at this location, so we obviously asked for the order of eviction if that's not paid within 10 days of the 12th.
Yeah, I can give you a default judgment as to possession on D2, but I can't give you a money judgment since they've never appeared. And they require personal service for the money judgment.
Doesn't accept substantial service?
Not for money judgment purposes, only personal, they have to appear or be personally served for money judgment.
Okay.
So I can grant a possession judgment. You have a money judgment against the other D1.
Correct.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, and I don't know if I asked this before, the plaintiff is not a minor incapacitated in military service, and the premises was kept for its intended purpose. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I will grant your possession judgment on D2. And you'll follow that up with an order?
Correct. When can we get an order of eviction? Is it 12th?
Yes.
Okay.
What are we doing? The 12th is, yeah, we're doing That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I
You should be
will,
all set, Mr. Hefke. Thank you.
I'll submit an order. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lee, did you want to see someone or are you ready to go on something?
Your Honor, both would be accurate. I am ready to proceed on Zaqualia Reynolds, and I need to
All
speak
right.
with Mr. Hill whenever it's available.
All right. Give me 1 second. I'll see it. All right, so Mr. Lee, let's go on Miss Reynolds, and then I can put you in a room with Mr. Hill. Is that right?
That would be excellent, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03388. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Zaqualian Reynolds. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee.
And ma'am, you
On
are
behalf of
Zaqualia Reynolds, is
Zaqualia
that correct?
Reynolds.
Zaqualia Reynolds.
Zaqualia Reynolds, all right. And you can hear me all right, Miss Reynolds?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to defer to the defense.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to set the matter for a final pretrial.
Set for final pretrial. So set for final pretrial on
December 16th at 8:30.
December 16th at 8:30. Ms. Reynolds, that'll be live on the 6th floor of the City Hall of Lansing, and we've set this for December 16th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-03388, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Reynolds, you're all set. We'll see you here live on the 6th floor on December 16th at 8:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, ma'am. And then, Mr. Lee, you wanted to be put in a room with Mr. Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Hill, I'm going to have you put in room 2. And Mr. Lee, you'll also be put in room 2. So, Mr. Hill, you should get a prompt to go to room 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll give you a prompt to go to room 3. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-695. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dustin Huffman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for people.
And sir, you are Dustin Huffman, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Huffman prior to going on the record today. It's my understanding that the dog in this matter is possibly with Ingham County Animal Control. Mr. Scheid just emailed them to confirm. It's my understanding that if they are going to release the dog back to him, they require a license. So I'm suggesting we push this out maybe 30 days for compliance purposes.
All right, 30 days for compliance. That's your understanding, Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
All right. All right. And you understand that if the dog is returned to you, that will require a license
Yes.
from Ingham County.
Yes.
Something more entertaining is going on in the hallway.
I believe I've caused a kerfuffle.
So you may have. You
did.
You may have, Ms. Wilson. We'll blame you.
That's fair.
So we're going to adjourn this for compliance purposes for 30 days out.
Excuse me, January 7th at 9. And we may want Mr. Huffman just to remain in the courtroom for a few moments.
So we reset this for January 7th at 9 a.m. for compliance purposes. And then you may want to hang out here until, the hallway's clear.
Right.
Anything else for the record in 2402-695, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Huffman, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. That is the Harriman file. Mr. Lee, are you ready to go on Mr. Lee, on Mr. Hill?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
And then Ms. Wilson, you ready on Mr. Hill?
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-256. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Hill.
And sir, you are Christopher Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to be requesting a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, we will set this for final pretrial on
December 16th at 8:30.
December 16th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing for the final pretrial on December 16th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-256, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hill, we'll see you on December 16th at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
All righty. See ya. You guys have a good rest of your day.
You too. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00032. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Amanda Harriman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Oh, Abigail Wilson for the people. I apologize.
No worries. Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Harriman.
Lots going on today.
Yes.
All right, so this is my understanding. I'll make a record of where we are. Ms. Harriman showed today, so I'm not bench warning her for her because I know she showed, and she was with James David Harriman, who is a no contact order, and this is set for a PA 53 no contact hearing on today's date, and they came together, which creates a problem. So it's my understanding the Lansing Police Department took a police report based on their being together, and then Mr. Harriman has had a medical situation, and LPD is responding to that, which means that Ms. Harriman is most likely being held on her no contact by LPD, which means that we probably should just reset the whole thing because we're set for pretrial and a no contact order. Is it anything you want to add to that, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. In speaking with one of the officers that took the P53 report, it sounds like there's some question as to whether or not they arrived together. Obviously, that's something that we can address in a violation hearing, but other than that, the court's correct. I think it would be appropriate to adjourn this to get this addressed.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so let's reset the pretrial for probably December 16th date, I would think.
Yes, are we expecting testimony or is it a gamble?
It's a gamble.
So
Okay.
let's set it for the afternoon.
Yeah, that works.
That's where I was headed.
Yep.
Let's set it at 2:00, please.
At 2 o'clock. And then we will reschedule the PA 53 for that same time. And that's, makes sense. With the understanding that if they were both subpoenaed to be here, there could be a violation. But it's my understanding that's the allegation that they're making, is that they did not, that they were supposed to be here. They were not here together. But some comments have also been made about the status of this case. Anyway, is that your understanding, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00032, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Anything else, Mr. Raleigh? And Ms. Harriman will get notice sent of the revised date on Vive Drive, which is our last known address for her. All right. Okay. We decide we're doing on Velasquez,
I think we decided we were going to do this afternoon.
just everything this
Yeah.
afternoon. Right, so I'll take a break and then on the rest of them, we can, I think we've got some 9:30s and maybe some smattering of 10 left, along with the FTAs. All right.
All rise. He was going. You see So Miss Fisher's here. I think she's one of yours. Ticket. Either of you want Anthony Davis?
Is he here?
I haven't seen anybody.
I just called him. He said,
Okay.
"Hey, jump on Zoom."
Yeah. A lot of rest of the stuff is not business. Did you get my email about Rodney Terry, John?
I don't know.
Okay. I put like all the stuff that he has that's open and pending for charges together in a Word doc, and I sent it over to you.
I think I did you that,
Yeah, something like $600 some in restitution for all of it.
Okay.
My thought was a retail fraud second, and then restitution on everything, and we'll just get rid of everything.
Seems fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is he?
I think he's in custody.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he should be on poly at some point.
Okay, good.
When was he booked? Because
A while ago.
he wasn't in the.
Oh,
jail
maybe he
list.
got out then.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I did the jail list Wednesday,
Oh.
because I
No,
obviously wasn't here to.
Right, yeah, no,
update it.
he was booked in a while before that, but he might have gotten out.
I think
since
he's
then.
gotten out,
City
yeah.
cases, I bet you. there's a bond
Oh,
converted
yeah,
to a-
because I think he had like PR bonds on ours or something, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
He's out,
So,
unless he did something over the weekend.
Always possible.
don't receive today.
Yeah, he's not
just
in there. Is there a Juan Poblano here?
He just went to the bathroom. Okay.
The interpreter was here on that case,
Oh, okay,
but I believe she went to another courtroom,
gotcha.
so she's here somewhere.
So you have to Jonathan Shaw.
Mhm.
He's on Zoom or anything yet.
No,
But he said it's not, he's not. It says it's perfect for him that.
Okay.
I don't know what
there's nobody on Zoom right
Excuse me. I have a word of request from the attorney.
Defendant is here, Mr. Schmitz, it's written into my house, I think. Analyzing my property.
So you're gonna.
Yes.
Gotcha, okay. Let's talk outside. I don't know, they're doing stuff outside,
I
yeah.
think I got more flash.
Yeah, no, there's, yeah, there's stuff going on out there, yeah. Okay, so.
We want to close. We put stuff down my truck. Yes.
Gotcha.
Get a new truck. And he's just missing. He's looking to be new section.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Huh? No. You guys just let me know when we're ready. Okay.
He said I mean, his compliance, the goal here.
Yeah.
He said he's gonna take some photos. And it's up to date.
Okay. So we'll just set it out then.
Probably.
Okay. And then Fisher.
Sure. Billy Fisher. The chart.
Am I done with the what?
Chart.
Yes.
Tissues.
I don't have any on my desk. There might be, yeah, on the witness stand there. Okay. Just dismiss it.
It's ready for sure.
The blonde is back. The blonde.
It's Schmidt and Jones.
Megan, we're ready on a few. Okay. All rise.
Can be seated. All right, Ms. Slaviak, which case are we calling next?
I think that's.
I'm sorry. Ms. Wilson, Ms. Wilson, which case are we calling next?
Poblano.
Sure.
Oh, I have the.
The interpreter's not here right now. Oh, that's right. She went to another courtroom. Gotcha.
We might be able to proceed without an interpreter. I think he. Pretty
Wait,
good
Jim
English.
Fisher.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Fisher.
Fisher? All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02132. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julie Fisher. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Ms. Fisher.
And ma'am, you are Julie Fisher, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are going to go ahead and dismiss this for compliance.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think this is on the ticket. All right, so I have a dog at large and an unlicensed dog on the ticket. And Mr. Raleigh, you're moving to dismiss the dog license vaccination. You're moving to dismiss the ticket, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Does I just have it on count. One is a warning,
Right.
and then the other one was a misdemeanor. All right. All right. So Ms. Fisher, this is on the ticket, so it's dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to. But realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. Anything else for the record in 24-02132, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, Ms. Fisher. Thank you for your appearance.
Do you want to pick it? They can tell me for something else.
Mr. Kirby would like to speak with you. Thank you. Okay. All right. He must have made a miraculous recovery.
With the interpreters and Judge Ward, right?
Yes. I think we have Kevin Jones.
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02451. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Kevin Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Jones.
And sir, you are Kevin Jones, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we talked to the defense. He's going to plead to be charged with fines and costs.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's an agreement of no jail.
That's correct.
And that'll be fine. Right, and the ultimate penalty for driving a license suspended is 90 days, 92 days, 93 days, or 90 days.
I believe it's 90.
I have it. It's on a ticket, so I didn't get 93. 93, and is it Andor? Andor 500. And is that your understanding, Mr. Raleigh? The ultimate penalty for driving while license suspended is 93 days and or $500.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire your client of his advice of rights concerning the misdemeanor plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, you understand you have the following jury trial rights in this matter. I'm going to walk you through those, okay? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses and appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be appealing since you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty to the driving while license suspended, the 93-day misdemeanor, and or $500. Is it your wish to plead guilty to this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to have you wave your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to August 12th of 2024 on Jolly Road in Waverly in the city of, this says Township of Lansing. On the ticket, it's Lansing Township.
So I believe there is a portion of Lansing Township that is within the city of Lansing.
I would say that there's 4 or 5 portions of,
Yes,
of Lansing Township in the city of Lansing.
I
So
believe-
as long as Mr. Jones indicates that this occurred in city of Lansing, I think we should be all set. All right. The ticket just indicate there's an indication, sir, that you were in the city of Lansing at the time you were stopped driving a vehicle. It would be a 2007 Chevrolet vehicle open to the general public. Is that true, sir? And at that time, what were you driving without a license, or was your license suspended, revoked, or denied? Okay, thank you. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
And you knew your license was suspended at the time you were driving, is that correct? Okay. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Is there any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh, are you requesting immediate sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I will follow the Killebrew agreement of no jail. So we will do immediate sentencing. And we'll follow, so no jail. We'll set at fines of 150, cost of 150, crime victims' rights fee of 75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of, I think that's 275, but no, it'll be 300 plus 125. 425. That's 150 for fine, 150 for cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $425. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And about how much time were we looking for?
I'm a single dad, so I'm taking care of my son, taking care of my bills. I'm working.
All right. So would you say 90 days? Yeah, 90 days for fine for, all right. So we'll set this, and you can set up your own plan as you want, as long as it's all paid by the date I'm going to give you. All right. And we'll set it 90 days out at.
March 3rd.
We'll make 425 to the city of Lansing due by March 3rd. And then you can set up your own payment plan up until that date, but it'll all be due on March 3rd. All right, sir? Anything else for the record? This may be abstracted to the Secretary of State, depending on the license ramifications. Anything else for the record in 2402451, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Mr. Jones. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure you have it.
That's the last is we're gonna do. That's
517. Okay. So I think I'm missing. Okay. let me check to make sure that I have it. You're totally fine. So I'll email you later. And then, since you-
All right, Ms. Wilson, did you want to start calling some prior cases? or
I think we have Schmidt still,
Schmidt,
Timothy.
Timothy Schmidt?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403129. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Timothy Schmidt. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
And Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Schmidt.
And sir, you are Timothy Schmidt, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd be requesting a final pretrial for continued negotiations. And I would request that the complaining witness be excused from attending that. She is present in the courtroom. She's been present here pretty much all morning.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll excuse any witness from final pretrial for attendance purposes. And we'll set the final pretrial for
December 16th at 8:30.
December 16th at 8:30. So Mr. Schmidt, we've set it for December 16th at 8:30. They'll be live in person just like today. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in 2403129, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people. Thank you.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Schmidt, we'll see you on that December 16th day. Thank you for your appearance today. Anything else, or did you want to call some of the older?
We have Poblano.
That's the one we're waiting on the interpreter.
That's right. Mr. Dukes is here. I don't see anybody representing.
It's me.
Oh, it's you? Okay.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Dukes?
I could have just a moment.
All right.
Did we ever do Reynolds? Yes.
Yes, that was
You can up though.
Zakvalia.
Yeah, I think we can start calling.
Right. I have at least 3.
For no shows?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Anthony Davis
All
is
right.
our first one.
Mr. Lee, are you gonna
Yes,
help us out with those?
I absolutely will.
All right. All All right, so we're on the record in docket 24022467. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee for Anthony Davis.
Hey, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:06. And I've not seen Anthony Davis in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and there's been nobody by that name in the last couple hours in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial conference. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is Mr. Davis's first non-appearance. Since it is a DWLS, I'd be requesting a 48-hour hold on a bench warrant.
Any comment? Correct. There's no previous bench warrant status. This was a compliance case. And so any comment, Mr. Lee, on the bench warrant with a 48-hour hold?
I agree with the prosecutor, Your Honor.
Right, I'll issue for non-appearance, we'll issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 24022467, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
That's all for the record on that file. And then do you have Ms. Robinson?
I do.
So we're on the record in docket 24028881. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tashari Robinson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tashari Robinson.
And this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. And it is now 11:08. I do not see Ms. Robinson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And there's nobody who's answered to that name or has been in the hallway concerning this case scheduled for 9 o'clock. It's now 11:08. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this is the first time this case has been before the court, so I think a courtesy reset's fine in this matter.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir.
We'll reset. This is a dog at large case. Then we'll reset the pretrial.
December 16th at
All right.
9 o'clock.
December 16th at 9 o'clock. So we've reset this case for December 16th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24028881, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. I don't have it. Are you on Shaw Reed?
I am not the only other, but I can appear for failure to appear.
I'm on Shaw Reed.
Okay.
Okay. On Shaw Reed, that's 2 files.
Mm-hmm.
263 and 264. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-263 and 2401-264. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jonathan Shaw Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Shaw Reed.
And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This is set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:10. I do not see Mr. Jonathan Shaw Reed in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Nobody's answered to that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the 2 pretrials today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Shaw Reed does have a matter before the court on, I believe it's Thursday this week, Thursday or Friday this week. I would recommend holding off on the files to see if he appears for that.
What date do we have on that? For
Looks like it's the 6th, which will be Friday.
6th, Friday? All right. So any objection to us waiting till the 6th for both of these files?
None from the.
I'm assuming that Friday is a PCC or a
I
prelim
believe
day.
it's a prelim day.
Okay. So we'll set for December 6th. What time is that?
8:30.
December 6th at 8:30. Number. And then if we'll wait and see if the defendant's here on that date. If not, then I guess we know. I guess we know the status of those cases. Anything else for the record in 24-01-263 or 64, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record on those files. And it's Julia Jones. Can we do that?
We have not, we've done Kevin Jones.
All right.
I.
Is that, Mr. Raleigh, is that yours or Mr. Lee's?
I think that's Mr. Lee.
Yeah. Lano's the interpreter.
So your name on the case of not set anything for them.
All right, so we're on the record in 24-029-63. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julia Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee for Julia Jones.
This is the time set for pretrial. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:13. I do not see Ms. Jones in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. And they have not appeared on either the physical courtroom or the regular courtroom. Nobody's made an answer that name in the hallway. Ms. Wilson, how did you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is Ms. Jones' second failure to appear, so I'd be requesting an immediate bench for him.
I have previously, Ms. Jones, we adjourned this for December, for today's date.
I believe it was a courtesy reset.
I think it was a
remember
courtesy
correctly.
reset.
Yeah.
It was a previous, yeah. Because we started out indicating it was a fail to appear and then we did a courtesy reset. Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
So we'll issue, so it is an unlicensed dog case. So we'll do a bench warrant. And we'll do so without a 48-hour hold because we haven't seen Ms. Jones since November 18th. So failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. Anything else for the record in 24-029-63, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Rodney Terry.
Oh, here. Oh, that's not here. These have warrants everywhere.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02745 and 24-03265. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Rodney Terry.
And this is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:16. It appeared the defendants failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see Rodney Terry in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd be requesting an immediate bench warrant. It's my understanding Mr. Terry may have been released from jail recently, but it's also my understanding that he has some other matters that are currently awaiting.
And on the 24-02745, he has a previous failed to appear in October 28th. I do not see one on the 24-03265, but my understanding is he has other matters that on file. Any comment, Mr. Lee, concerning the request for bench warrant?
No comment. Your Honor.
So based on the fail to appear, I'll issue and the previous fail to appear, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. So anything else for the record in so that's issued on both files, 24-02745 and 24-03265. Anything else for the record in either of those files, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right, that's all for the record on those two files. Why says we're doing this afternoon? So did you want to go on Joseph Dukes?
If Mr. Raleigh.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03150. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Dukes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Dukes.
And sir, you are Joseph Dukes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I would defer.
Mr. Raleigh.
We're going to be requesting a another pretrial conference, and we will request at least 4 weeks until that date so that Mr. Dukes can demonstrate compliance.
Any comment or objection to the request for second pretrial for compliance purposes, Ms. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set for compliance purposes, second pretrial to
January 7th at 9.
January 7th at 9 o'clock. Well, Mr. Dukes, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Raleigh. We've reset this for compliance purposes to January 7th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in 24-03150, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dukes, we'll see you on that January 7th date. And is it McKeon?
Yes.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03206. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jennifer McKeon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jennifer McKeon.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:20. It would appear that Jennifer McKeon has failed to appear today. I do not see a Jennifer McKeon in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. And nobody answered by that name in the hallway. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is the first time this matter has been before the court. It is a dog ticket. I think a courtesy reset in this matter is appropriate.
So we'll do a courtesy reset for
December 24th at 9.
December
That's
24th?
I'm sorry, December 16th, 2024 at 9. Oh, boy.
December 16th
At
at
9.
At 9.
Oh, boy.
Changing up my
Sorry.
holiday schedule
Yeah.
on me.
But I,
Yes, I wanted everybody to come to court for one day because I will miss you all.
well, you would be here by yourself.
Yeah.
So we've set this for December 16th at 9 a.m. We've rescheduled the dog at large ticket. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-206? Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
Okay, you're all set. Ms. Vasquez is this afternoon.
Mhm.
And then Mr. Poblano.
I'm gonna go look for it.
All right.
I think this is.
And do you mind for kicking the desk? If we could not do that, that would be wonderful. I think that was just-
I had them jumping up and down, so there was, I think I could have done that better.
Yeah.
You know, but I just go in order and then so that means Mr. Raleigh and Mr. Lee are repositioning themselves.
Well, and I don't know why on felonies, it'll say the actual PD on the docket, but for misdemeanors, it just gets listed as
It's
wanted.
because of the way that the public defender's office had to do it for the funding, we were told. Back when I worked in the clerk's office, it drove me crazy because you have to read halfway through the ROA when somebody calls to ask who their attorney is.
Yeah.
And it's why it has something to do with numbers and reports and things of that nature. You would have to ask the powers that be exactly what that means. That's just what I was told.
It's gotta be volume related.
Yeah.
'Cause
Well,
it's just the
I was
amount.
just saying because that would make it easier to tell.
Oh,
who's
yeah,
on the
it
wall,
would make it
but-
far.
Every once in a while, I get it where
That's
there's,
because I enter and I cheat.
every once in a while, there's nobody assigned and
And then
then
we have,
we have
yes.
somebody assigned.
Yeah.
Can you read the courtroom and sign these while we wait, please?